Call the July 23rd Budget Ways and Means Committee to order. First item on the agenda, old business. We've got the approval of our July 8th meeting minutes.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Under new business, consider and discuss budget amendment for Paul Martin Services for 23 and 24 budget and 24-25 budget. So in the packet, there was a budget adjustment for the 23-24 budget, which is $5,008.86, and then a budget adjustment for the 24-25 budget for $15,000.
So the 5,000 in the fiscal year 23-24, that amount covers the bill that is in excess of the $25,000 that was already appropriated for the services from Paul Martin. And then for the fiscal year 24-25, it allocates an additional $15,000 for services in this fiscal year.
Okay. That is a council bill that I would entertain a motion to forward to council for approval.
I move we forward for approval to council.
Motion to forward the council bill to full council for approval. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
Motion carried. Staff reports.
Oh, I wasn't there for staff reports for budget. We've been working on the budget book. It's coming along and it has a lot of really neat features in it, and it's going to have a lot of additional information. You can use AI to help you analyze your data, and so that's a really neat feature that a lot of the department heads like when they're working on their synopsis for their department. So it really brings in, it automatically pulls in data from the census, and that will be included in there. So we really like the program.
Good. Good. Miranda, how's the software changeover going?
For the financial stuff?
Yeah.
Well, we just told them today they wanted to start September. We asked them to push it to October so we can get through the audit and not have to worry about changing over in the middle of pulling all kinds of info for the auditors.
So are we currently running side by side dual systems to?
No, we're still just on the original one, and then after September we'll start the go live process and them getting the data and pulling it and all that. So
It is the same software company, Tyler Technologies.
Okay.
So there's nothing that's going to be running side by side. However, we will have one day at the end of October that we will have to, that we won't be allowed to use our software at all. So we'll see what that entails. We won't be able to take any payments or anything like that day.
Okay. All righty. Anything else?
That's all.
Chris, anything for the committee?
Nothing for me today.
Anything for? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We are adjourned.
It is 5:30. I will call the meeting of the Insurance Audit and Claims Committee to order. First item of business we have is the approval of the July 9th minutes. Has everyone had a chance to read the minutes? Okay. With that being the case, do I hear a motion that we approve the minutes?
I motion that we approve the July 9th minutes.
Okay, do we have any discussion or corrections? Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Next item on the agenda, review and approval of the claims report. We have total claims this period of $1,381,287.18. There are a few items on there that have not yet been signed off on, either because they didn't have a receipt attached to the requisition, or there were some things that we were looking into. So once those are cleared up, I would expect that there's no problems with any of the claims that are being made. Just some of the larger claims that we've seen. We have one for $28,145 from ClearGov. That's our budgeting software, our new budgeting software, which is different than OpenGov, which is really easy to get confused because they're a very similar name. OpenGov is the one that we had used and did not like. We also had a bill for $12,738 from Tyler Technology for system software maintenance. We had a requisition for $70,000. That one goes to the Community Economic Development Corporation, right? I think that's what CEDC stands for, and that's for their funding for this upcoming year. We had another requisition for $225,885. That one went for insurance to Midwest Public Risk. We had one for, actually, so when we combine it, there were two requisitions from Elements Construction Concepts for right around $69,000 approximately. I'm adding those together very quickly in my head. Part of that was for parks restrooms. The other part was for dog park repair. And some of that is going to be covered by insurance. Some of those damages happened during the storm. We also had a request for $42,195 from Zanavan Engineering for various projects. We also have one for $237,201 from Rademacher Excavating. They are working on the new roundabout for us. And then one more big amount, $32,947 from MW Fence, again for dog park repair, and I believe that one's also covered by insurance. Okay. All of that being said, anybody have questions about the requisitions, the amounts? If not, do I hear a motion that we approve the claims?
I move we approve the claims as presented.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We're in committee. We don't need a second. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Citizens participation. Do we have any citizens who wish to participate? Okay, then moving on to new business. The first item under that is to consider and discuss the tourism director job description. Has everyone had a chance to read that? Okay, do I hear a motion that we approve the new job description? Or not? Okay, so if we have no motion, then
I move that we approve the job description for the tourism director as provided.
okay. And then any discussion about the new description?
Yes, on this, will it be a position that's posted, or does it just roll into tourism director as it stands?
It rolls into tourism director as it stands. And I am, we're also working to form a tourism board. That was, I think it might even be discussed in the job description. So we are working on that as well.
Great. And do you know how much progress, I know that we discussed that in one of the hiring committees. Do you know if there's been any progress made on that board?
There has.
Oh, great. Okay.
So the city of Joplin has kind of the same structure that we're looking at, and they've been very helpful.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions, concerns, discussion? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of approving the adjusted job description, please say aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. The next item on the list is to consider and discuss the mechanic job description. I have been asked if we might table that until another meeting. It seems like there's some tweaking that needs to go on in that description. And so at this point, would I hear a motion that we table that until the next
The
meeting?
next meeting, please.
So moved. Or I so move.
Okay. All right. Any discussion about tabling the description? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries, so that is tabled. And then staff reports.
I will go first. So Michael and I met with representatives from Assured Partners Biopic Agency to review our utilization report, which details some of our claims with employee health insurance. And I'm happy to report that our risk index trend is going down. It is down 21.7% from the same time last year, which is very good. We currently have 3 high-cost claimants. Last year at this time we didn't have any. And right now the high-cost claimants are still on the plan. So that could affect our rates at the end of the fiscal year, but since we're trending down, our risk index is trending down, we told Lori that we would like to see a 0% rate increase, but you know, hey, we can ask, right? Also, one thing that we did notice is this report now gives us a breakdown kind of by age groups as far as the ER visits, and the younger generation likes to use the ER. So what that kind of can lead you to think is that they don't have a preferred care provider or a PCP. So when we look at these reports, we think about, you know, what we can do to help with that. And so an idea that we came up with on that would be to include in our wellness program. So we have the wellness program that each year they have to do certain things in order to meet certain requirements as far as the annual wellness exams and things like that to qualify for the wellness benefit. And so that's one thing that we will put as a requirement next year, is that they have to have a PCP to be eligible for that wellness benefit. So meeting with the representative and going over our claims, it is very beneficial to find out, you know, where our claims are trending and all of that. So that's one thing that I know we are looking at them for next year based on the report. So also I talked about the tourism board that we are forming and working on that. The software, the financial software, we have delayed that until October as far as installation and everything, because we wanted to wait until our audit has been completed. With everything that's been going on and with ClearGov, now we've got the audit, it's just been a lot, so we want to make sure we're doing things properly, and so we are going to delay that until after the audit, so we won't be overly consumed with it. I think that's all I have tonight. Do you have anything?
I don't think so. We've been continuing work on the online budget book, so that should hopefully be done and posted soonish. We did department training last week on it, so everyone should be getting their narratives put in, and we should be able to have a nice online book with graphics. So that would be nice.
Okay. Let's see. And then Just very quickly, I know that the next item is adjournment, but very quickly before we do, I had forgotten to mention when we were talking about the claims report. I just had two questions that I noticed when we were going over the claims. In some of the situations, we had an issue where we weren't using local suppliers, like specifically Carthage suppliers, for things that could have easily been purchased from Carthage vendors. And I think we do have a preference. So are the departments aware of that preference for
Yes,
local vendors?
and they, in order to buy outside of the city, they have to, it's based on the price, but it has to be more than, I believe it's, we allow 10%, but they give preference to the city.
Okay. And then also one of the other things I noticed, I've noticed it a little bit since I've been chair of this, but I seem to see quite a few of them today. We have some delinquencies, some up to the range of the 45 to 60 days, and so that concerns me. Is there somebody that oversees that to make sure that we're paying our bills on time? I understand sometimes we fall in the 0 to 30 day range because maybe the bill comes in late before it can get approved, but the 45 to 60 day range is kind of long.
It depends on what the claim was for. Sometimes the department doesn't get it into accounts payable on time, but if she's trained that she's supposed to look at it, and if it is getting close to that date, then to go ahead and get it paid, so we avoid any late fees.
Okay.
Sometimes it's, based on like construction, they're waiting on an approval of something. It just depends on what the invoice is.
Okay. All right.
Or yeah, they sent the invoice, but we hadn't got the product yet or something, so we don't.
So we don't pay for it until
Yeah.
we get it. Sure. And
So-
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I think that's everything. Anybody else have anything that you need to mention?
I did have one question. So I know I'm kind of working in reverse here, but at our last meeting, when we were talking about the OpenGov and the current, negotiations with them, I got to thinking to myself, so simply put, we paid for a product they didn't provide. Where did they lack? I just truly don't
We
know.
have a closed session tonight.
Gotcha. That's all for me.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Okay. If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries.
We'll call the July 23rd council meeting to order. Deputy Chief Martin, would you give the invocation, please?
Heavenly Father, we gather here tonight. We thank you once again for our health and our ability to be here, Lord. I would ask tonight you examine our hearts, fill us with wisdom, so the result of our efforts will bring glory to you and you alone. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
Chief Hawkins, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll.
Taylor,
Present.
Peterson,
Present.
Lees. Present. Heckmaster,
Present.
Edge,
Present.
Snow,
Here.
Barlow.
Here.
Cossey,
Here?
Tran.
Present.
We'll move on to reading and considerations of minutes of the previous meeting.
Your Honor. Oh, I guess we have to make a motion. First, we need to make a motion to approve and then discussion.
Yep.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve with a few amendments, the minutes of the previous meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes with amendments.
So in going through the minutes, I saw something that made me go back. There was something I didn't remember on there, and it actually caused me to focus on a number of things. If we go on to the first page of the minutes, we had a speaker. First, it does identify the speaker correctly, but I'd like the minutes to reflect that he neither gave his name nor his address. I believe he identified himself as, let me see if I have it here. As Merchant of Hate, and gave his address as Carthage, Missouri. So I'd like the minutes to reflect that. And I'd also like to request that in future, all people be actually be required to give their name and their actual address. Additionally, the last line of the paragraph dealing with Mr. Friesen's comments. This was the thing I didn't remember. It's because it's not quite an accurate statement. It says he also asked why the employees who are displeased are not allowed to voice their displeasure. He did not actually ask that. He did mention some people being unhappy, but he didn't ask that question. So I would ask that that sentence be stricken from the minutes. Let me see what else I have on there. And you'll find that at approximately minute marker, approximately 37. But he didn't ask that as a question. And then I would also like to have it noted in the meeting that Mr. Friesen did identify himself as the person who is the anonymous poster and the person who's responsible for the Facebook page, What's Happening at Carthage City Council. And I think those are the only adjustments that I have for the notes, for the minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second with, did you made the motion to accept the minutes, but with your amendments, is
With
that
the
correct?
amendments,
All right,
yes.
so I've got a
No
motion and a
need for a
second to
second,
accept
sorry.
the amendments. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, move on to presentations, proclamations. Proclamation we have is announcing Marion Days. And this is a big one, 45th anniversary, so it's already gearing up. The tents are all set up. It's gonna be a big one, so there we go. All right, we'll move on to public comments. Just wanted to say a few words before the public comments. This time is meant to be a time to bring up and comment on items on the agenda or on city business. We need to limit personal attacks and focus on the business and the issues. There's always some overlap as we've seen in the past. But as elected officials, we kind of are up here and expect that we're going to be spoken about. However, attacks on city staff or private citizens needs to stop. This is not the place for it. If you're going to, this is not the place to comment or respond to remarks made by the media or on social media, period. So anyone wishing to address the council, please step to the podium, state your name and address, and try to keep it to 5 minutes.
My name is Bill Shear, 422 East 13th Street. I know that the paying Mr. Martin's on the agenda tonight, so that's what I want to talk about. Now, this bill that he has turned into our city is ridiculous. And $1,000 a day, he's been to 3 meetings. And from looking at the bill, we owe him another $1,062 for coming down here tonight. And I mean, I've worked for attorneys for 28 years. There is no way in heck he can have billable items on this every day of the week unless we're his only client. I mean, anybody can sit down and put something down. And 85% of the work done by an attorney is done by their paralegal. But they budgeted $25,000 for an attorney. They're gonna ask for an extra $15,000 tonight. And I just pray the mayor vetoes it because this right here is one of the reasons that our recall was successful. The wasting of city money just to be vindictive. And if it wasn't for stuff like this, we might not have got the signatures. But if it was stuff like this, why are they trying to get rid of our mayor? I said, I don't know. I said, I've been to several meetings. I haven't heard why yet. And I've asked people to come up and tell us why they want to get rid of the mayor, and nobody has. But we're going to spend $30,000 in a month, 30 days of work. And I know he can't, unless you are his only client. And if Ms. Cossey would quit calling him every 15 minutes and calling emergency meetings, it wouldn't be this high. So this is just ridiculous, and I hope the mayor vetoes that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Misty White. I live at 1647 South Garrison. And I just want to say a couple of things. And as the mayoral proclamation that Jesus is Lord over Carthage, and as that we invoke his name at every council meeting, I would like to pray the Lord's Prayer, and then I would like to ask you something. So if you would give me just that long, okay? Father, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed and holy be your name. Let your kingdom come into the city of Carthage and into this chamber. Let your will be done and on earth and in Carthage as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the power, the glory, and the kingdom forever. Amen. I would ask you to reflect upon your actions. I'm not just speaking to the council members or the mayor, but I am speaking to every person behind me as well. And I would ask you to reflect upon your actions during these meetings and the ordinances and the resolutions that you're bringing. And I would ask you to look into the Bible, and I would ask you to look into your conscience. And I would ask you to then move according to that. I can ask no more. You do according to your conscience and according to the will of God. That is all I can ask. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gina Banks, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Gina Banks. I reside at 2045 Marigold, and that's Ward 5. I've talked to several of you about some frustrations since April. It was assumed I didn't know what I was questioning whenever I came. I do seek good counsel, and learned a lot. I'm not a public well, I shouldn't say that. City council is not my thing. City government is not my thing, which I mentioned to those of you that I spoke to. But as I've watched, I've seen really good people be really awful to some really good people. And I asked for it to stop, and it didn't. And I was told that our voice was what the citizens wanted didn't matter until the election. And it turns out there is a way for us to either speak here or to do a recall, which is why I chose to help with the recall. My husband and I talked about it and prayed about it, and we just weren't sure if that's the route we wanted to go. And I told my husband, I go, we're gonna pick this couple as our first stop. And how they react to us will determine whether we move forward. And it was a couple that we highly respect. And I couldn't get the words out of my mouth before they were grabbing it and signing it. And as I went and talked to people, I was hearing, we're done. And I feel like last week got a little heated, and I feel like we were kind of dismissed as people that didn't know what was happening. And I just was here tonight to say, we have been paying attention. People have been watching, whether they're here or not, they know. So I'm asking again for things to cool down, bring it back a notch, and get on to city government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Regina Wells. I live at 2026 South Maple. I have deep concern about people driving down our streets at excessive speed. Throughout the past years, I have called the police department, requested extra area police patrol during the before and after bus hours, because we have a bus that stops at the end of our street there at Elk and Maple. It is a bus pickup and drop off, and this is when the speeding increases, and this puts our neighborhood children in harm's way. Is there a way to post a sign that would have traffic be aware and hopefully slow down? I'm gonna stop right there for a second. I was advised to call Miranda. She helped me to find a way to do this, so I will be going to public safety meeting on this situation. We've got, just in our section of the road, we have 10 children in that small block. And when we see moms and dads pulling their children up in a yard, and I've done that too. I've had to pull children up off the road because, and it's not high school kids only, it is not any age, it's all age groups. And we need to do something, because we're gonna have 4 other children walking to that bus in the next couple of years. So we have a neighbor at the end of that street, and him and his wife stand out every morning, being school's gonna come up soon, and they keep the kids as safe as they can, because there's no crossing guard, which you don't expect one there. But I'm saying that we've got to watch out over our children. Anybody knows me, children come first. Another concern is at the other end of our block at Maple and Fairview, there's a giant tree that blocks the road to the point where oncoming traffic is not visible. For drivers who see oncoming cars from the west, my husband Ronnie has talked to the mayor a couple times about this problem, and he said he would investigate this, and we haven't heard anything back. The corner is one of the most dangerous corners in Carthage, and again, lives are endangering the situation, and children that could be in a car in an accident because of not being able to view through the intersection. This is the second time I have come in front of you all about our storm sirens not being tested. And Chief Huntley, unfortunately, he is no longer the chief. And I haven't heard a test done. So I'm still concerned about that. That really that's the way we find out if they're working or not. So it's very, very important. I've lived here for 20 years, and I feel that people who have lived here all their lives have forgotten to respect their city, and most of all, forgotten the safety of our children and what it means to protect them without the critical and hate and bullying that has been happening long enough. I'm very happy to see some of our council members stand up for those who have been afraid to speak out to get things legally done. I have neighbors telling me about the bullying into signing the petition against Councilwoman Cossey, and they were afraid not to sign it. I did suggest that they could have immediately called 911 and reported. This group with the petition did not stop at my house. Gee, how brave was that? My last question for the hate group is Facebook, who is going to send me a dictionary so I can figure out how to read, especially when author, whoever he, she is, accused me of whatever I was smoking. He, she wanted some. Anyone who knows me knows I have never used drugs, so he, she needs to be careful not to make allegations on something that can damage someone's reputation. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Karen Trotter, 615 Euclid. Sorry, I know I'm saying it every week. I just have attended all the committee meetings I could possibly attend over the last few weeks because I felt like it was really important to kind of see how our council is working. I know that a lot, not all, but a lot of the work that comes to council comes through committee. And I felt like it was important because a lot of us don't go to committee meetings. So we don't really see the work that's being done. So tonight, I just want to say, come to committee meetings. Gosh, Ms. Cox goes to a lot of committee meetings, and I know she's appreciated in all of those. But what I wanted to say tonight was just respectfully disagree with one statement that was in a filing for the court for the impeachment, was that we needed to get our city back to work. And you guys are working. Like, I've seen you all in committee, I've seen you having discussions, you vote for things, you table, you veto. You may not all agree on all of it, but you're really working and you're doing all the work of the city. And I really appreciate the time commitment because I know it must be great because I've been to quite a few meetings. So thank you for all the work. And I would really like for us to consider that we don't have to impeach our mayor to get our city back to work because you guys are doing the work. So let's just move forward with that work and not spend excessive amounts of money because our budget could be impacted for next year because of that. But just to finish off by saying thank you for going to all those meetings because it's been an eye-opener to attend them all. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Gilpin, and I live on the corner of the square right over there. Most of you know that I own Kate's. And I've only spoken to the council one other time since I've lived in Carthage, but I was sitting at home watching this meeting, and I decided I needed to come and talk, because there's something I need to say. And first of all, I don't think Kirk Friesen lives in Carthage. I think he lives in Webb City. His parents live in Carthage, but I don't believe he does. And the other thing I want to say is, Tiffany, I want to thank you so much for the work you are doing for our city. I believe that you don't say things the way people like to hear them. I believe you can be brash, and I honestly believe that you said something about her daughter that you shouldn't have, and you took it back, an email or something. It was quite a while ago. It was quite a while ago. But it proves to me that you can take things back. And what that says to me is that you may be brash, you may say things people don't like, but you remind me of a former president of ours, and I would hope that you keep doing it. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to report of standing committees. Budget, Ways and Means, Chairman Snow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Budget Ways and Means Committee met at 5 o'clock this evening in council chambers. We had one item on the agenda was to consider Council Bill 2437, which is a budget adjustment for the central municipal activities for $5,008.86 to last year's budget, and another budget adjustment for $15,000 for professional fees for the 24-25 budget. And that item was forwarded to council for approval. As I said, it's Council Bill 2437. Our next meeting will be at 5:30 on August 12th here in council chambers.
All right, thank you, sir. Committee on Insurance, Audit, and Claims, Chairperson Cossey.
Yes, the Committee on Insurance, Audit, and Claims met this evening in council chambers at 5:30. We tentatively approved claims for the total amount of $1,381,287.18, pending a couple of signatures or verifications of expenses. We also voted to approve an updated job description for the tourism director. And then we will, at our next meeting, be considering an updated job description for a mechanic, I believe. Does that sound right, Tracy? I think that's right. It was originally on the agenda and we tabled it. Yeah. And then our next meeting is in council chambers on August 13th at 5:30 p.m.
All right, thank you. Public Safety Committee, Chairperson Heckmaster.
The Public Safety Committee met at 5:30 p.m. Monday, July 15th here in council chambers. We considered and discussed a car show. Michael Hendricks requested permission to close to Carthage Square the evenings of August 30th and October 11th. The name of the car show will be Cruisin' Carthage Square, and the hours of the show will be from 6 to 9 p.m. Mr. Hendricks is involved in Cruisin' Maine and Webb City and has previously conducted similar shows in Joplin as well. He would promote the events utilizing his webpage, which features 5,000 followers. His hope is to have 100 cars on display. Vehicles would back into the parking spaces, which requires, for the safety of all, closing the square. Mr. Hendrick also hopes to get businesses on the square involved, and also hopes to have vendors and food trucks, but not at the first show. The committee voted to close the square from 5:30 to 9 p.m. on both August 30th and October 11th as requested. Later, however, during the meeting, a post was found on Facebook where vendors were being sought for the event. Recently, Chief Hawkins called for clarifications, and Mr. Hendricks stated they would not have vendors or food trucks at the first event. Police Chief Hopkins then stated that for any changes, Mr. Hendricks would need to return to the Public Safety Committee before proceeding. I move that we close the Carthage Square from 5:30 to 9 o'clock p.m. on August 30th and October 11th, 2024 for the Cruisin' Carthage Square Car Show.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to close the square on August 30th and October the 11th between 5:30 and 9 p.m. for Cruisin' the Carthage Square, and also allowing vehicles to back into the parking spaces. Any discussion? Mr. Snow.
Chief Hawkins or Ms. Cox, did they get back to you? Did they contact Cherry's, and is she okay with the event on the closing the square?
Ms. Heckmaster contacted you.
I spoke with Cherry, and she is aware.
Okay, thank you. That was a question at committee, and so I just wanted to verify. Thank you.
All right, anything further? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We heard from Holly Williams, who lives at 1739 South Baker. Due to loud music from a nearby neighbor, she isn't able to listen to her TV, sleep, important things like that. This music occurs 3 days a week. The Carthage Police Department has responded numerous times and citations have been written. This case is scheduled for the September City Court. Eddie Grundy of Carthage Hardware shared his plans for a non-sanctioned cars and coffee car show to occur between the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. on the last Saturday of the month. Cars will park on the north side of the Carthage Square utilizing the inside parking spaces. Carthage Hardware will offer free coffee during these hours. Mr. Grundy noted that participants will be encouraged to shop and dine as well. No formal action by the committee was necessary as cars will not be backing in. The City of Carthage is honored to be the host city for the 45th annual Marian Day celebration. This year's event is scheduled to occur from August 1st through August 4th. For this event, the city will close the 1900 block of Grand Avenue, the 400 to 600 block of East Fairview, and the 400 to 500 block of Highland for the duration of the activities. The city will also supply adequate security for all participants, aid with traffic control, allow fireworks, and spray the ground for mosquitoes. The city is reimbursed for 75% of the security. All of this is included in Resolution 2045, which is in the council packet this evening. Deputy Chief Jason Martin confirmed that a political sign located near Fire Station 2 is not on city property. Our brush truck is scheduled to be picked up this week. The Farah engine that is replacing E614 is scheduled for an August delivery. The fire department was approved for one new hire this fiscal year, but that is on hold until a new fire chief is hired. The fire department is also helping the police department to get ready for Marian Days. The bids for the new fire engine were approved, and to secure the low interest rate, the funds were placed into an escrow account. Police Chief Bill Hawkins reported that the city is in full Marian Days mode. A car replacement that has been 1.5 years past due has finally been received. They've successfully fought to get a resolution to the car, which was involved in a recent wreck, and it should be received this week. Speaking of cars, 6 were approved for purchase and all have been ordered. The next meeting of Public Safety Committee will be held at 5:30 p.m. Monday, August 19th, here in council chambers.
Thank you. Public Services Committee, Chairman Edge.
Public Services Committee met in council chambers on July 16th at 5:30 p.m. We had several items on the agenda. The first is a pup walk and pet show benefiting the Mary Kay 5K Foundation. It's in the actual 5K takes place in Addison, Texas. But the local event, we heard from Deanna Louder. This event is scheduled for September 21st in Central Park from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. This is a fundraiser again for the Mary Kay Ash Foundation. The pet show will have different categories to enter and include a pet photo booth. Farmers market vendors will also have dog treats along with scones to coincide with the coffee truck that will be on site. The setup will be north of the statue behind the farmers market. Again, that's in Central Park. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to allow the use of Central Park behind the farmers market area on September 21st, starting at 9 a.m. until 11:30 a.m., along with allowing a Carthage-approved food truck for coffee vending near the north corner by the farmers market.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to allow the use of Central Park on September 21st between the hours of 9 and 11:30 for a pet show or pet.
It's a pet show and pet photo booth, and they're gonna have different categories.
There will be a food truck as well. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next, we discuss Souls for Paws. It's a 5K run and 1 mile dog and cat walk. We heard from Rainey Minshew with the Carthage Humane Society. The Joplin Roadrunners are setting this benefit up for the Carthage Humane Society. This event will start in Municipal Park near the Rock Stadium and follow the same path as the Red, White, and Boom 5K. No road closures will be needed. Volunteers will be stationed at critical intersections, and the Carthage Police will be assisting with traffic control in higher traffic areas of the race. The race will begin at 3 p.m. on November 17th. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to allow the use of Municipal Park south of the Ruck Stadium area for setup starting at 1:30 p.m. until 6 p.m. for the Souls for Paws event on November 17th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to allow Municipal Park to be used for setup for a 5K. Let's see, that's on November 17th between 1:30 and 6 p.m.
Yes.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Next, we heard about a rally in the park. We heard from Jude Champagne with the bridge here in Carthage. This event is scheduled for September 15th. The events will include a Rally 66 Benefit 5K along with a kids obstacle run starting at 8 a.m., followed by a church service in Central Park starting at 10 a.m., followed by lunch at 11:30 a.m. and a car show in Central Park following lunch, along with inflatables for kids starting around noon. The event will conclude at 3 p.m. with awards being handed out for the car show. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to allow the use of Central Park from 6:30 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. on September 15th.
Second.
For the items outlined previously, which include the church service, car show, inflatables, use of a mobile stage that will be delivered on the morning of the event.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to allow the use of Central Park on September the 15th between the hours of 6:30 and 4:30 with all the things you just described. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Next, we discussed the previously proposed aquatic center plans. After the conclusion of the discussion, we have asked Ms. Allmendinger to attend the next McCune Brooks Trust Board meeting to further request the funding for the event, or the facility. Then we discussed an agreement with Placer AI to be used for the purposes of tracking visits to the city of Carthage. This data can then be used by Jen Kirby to further develop strategies for our tourism department. You'll see this on the agenda tonight as Council Bill 2438. Finally, we discussed the DMO grant along with the MOU with the City of Joplin around the DMO grant. Both of these items are on our agenda this evening. These are Council Bills 2435 and 2436. Our next Public Services meeting is scheduled for August 20th here in Council Chambers at 5:30 p.m.
All right, thanks, sir. Public Work Committee, Chairman Taylor.
We did not have a meeting this month. Lack of business. We will have one, whether or no, the first Tuesday of next month.
All right, thank you, sir. Move on to report of special committees and board liaisons. Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Carthage Water and Electric Board met on July 18th, and we had Mark, is it Geyer? Hope I said that right. Back for his first new meeting of being back with the board, so that was awesome. Our June disbursements were approved in the amount of $3,590,194.24. We also had the privilege of being introduced to Customer Relations Department, and that is the frontline workers. And without a frontline, nobody else can do business. So they have a harder job than people think, and we want to thank them for that. So, due to the fluctuating prices of chemicals that are used to treat the water, they assessed several bids, and the bid was awarded to Brentag Mid-South for a firm price for 1 year, and an option to renew and potentially renew contract for 4 additional 1-year periods for a total of 5 years. The board this was approved by the board, and that is so we can try to always get the best rate of those places. So, Carthage Water and Electric had budgeted $80,000 for a new forklift, but they actually got one, and it was approved to purchase a Caterpillar forklift from the current. They use currently Wise USA for the other Caterpillar they had for 20 plus years. I think it's at end of life, but they got it approved and for the amount of $67,451. And then we want to say congratulations note to cybersecurity, to the team there that they have for CWEP. You want a low score on this, and the standard that is set is 6.9, and they came in under 6.9 at 6.6. So they did score great. That was great. That's like a big deal. And then Kyle Fewing passed his SHRM professional exam. So if you see this very, very shy, quiet gentleman, please tell him congratulations. And then Chuck has been appointed as the liaison from the American Public Power Association Board to serve on the deed board. So he's excited to do that. And then, of course, the new billing rates for CWEP were, they've been updated in the system. All of those have been updated. But we also try to tell people, don't panic if you see your bill is up. It's not just from that. It's because also we had extremely hot weather. So, and then also note that past due notices are going to be updated from saying past due notices to shut off notice, because this is kind of, hopefully will reduce the number of customers saying they never received a shut off notice before all steps are taken. And they do take multiple steps before they do shut off power. And they also make sure that it's under a certain temperature or over a certain temperature in the extreme cold and heat. They do not just shut off. Our next meeting will be August 15th at 3:15 in the CWEP boardroom. And then then Carthage Humane Society also met on July 18th. I was not at that meeting. I have asked for an update and I haven't received that yet. But our next meeting for the Humane Society will be August 15th at 6:30. Thanks.
All right. Ms. McMaster.
The Planning, Zoning, and Historic Preservation Commission met here in council chambers at 5:30 p.m. July 18th. A request for certificate of appropriateness for exterior signage at property located at 325 South Main Street, which is the Hatcher's new coffee shop, was approved. There is a need for additional commission members. A discussion occurred regarding procedures for citizen participation during future meetings. By the next meeting, Julie Tilley will work on a draft for the new requirements. The commission discussed creating a zoning classification for townhouses. Generally, the commission is in favor of creating a new zoning classification, but decided to conduct additional research into other towns the same size as Carthage. To confirm, future discussion will occur. A requirement for committee members is to receive training created by the Certified Local Government Program, also known as CLG. This program provides a mechanism for local governments to protect their local historic places and to participate in various state and federal historic preservation processes. There are online videos that qualify and a conference to occur on October 25th, 2024. In regards to the pending CLG grant, 2 members of the commission, Josh Anderson and Jim Hunter, will work to get things on track with the grant. The grant is a 60-40 match, with the federal government paying 60% and the city 40%. The next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 1st at 5:30 p.m. in council chambers.
All righty, thank you.
Vision Carthage met in the Carthage Water and Electric Community Room on July 17th. I've got 3 highlights from, or that they have upcoming. The first is the Summer Sidewalks Sale, which is scheduled for this Saturday, the 27th. Currently, 14 businesses have signed up. Next is an upcoming Clean Team event scheduled for Thursday, the 25th, from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. They're still looking for additional volunteers. And then finally, Restoration Carthage is on the horizon, scheduled for September 28th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Still looking for additional volunteers and sponsors for that event.
All right, thank you. Mr. Snow.
Yes, the city administrator hiring committee met to discuss the job descriptions for the city administrator and the assistant city administrator. felt that it was important that we look at those job descriptions prior to posting the job. So we are working on those. I'm not sure what our next meeting date is, but we did, Michael, I believe, was updating those job descriptions, and we'll get those to Committee on Insurance Audit Claims to approve those, and we'll see those here on council. Also, the Fire Chief Hiring Committee has met. We reviewed applicants, and starting tomorrow, 7/24, we have 3 candidates that we will be interviewing for a first interview. And Friday, 7/26, we have 5 candidates that we'll be interviewing for a first interview. From those 8 people that we'll do first interviews with, we'll probably choose 3 or 4 to come in for an in-person interview. And at that point, we would make a decision on the new fire chief. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll move on to mayor's report. Some duplications here. Also met with the fire chief interviewing committee. And yes, we are looking forward to interviews this week. The first round is by Zoom, and the second rounds will be in person. And the city administrator job description committee was working on those descriptions, and we'll be working to get those taken care of. It's getting that time of year again, and I actually missed the friendship dinner for Marion Days. I think that may be the first one I've missed since 2007, but probably. But looking forward to that as usual. I think it's going to be a big year. All right. Now, just a little statement. I've mentioned this in the past or here a couple of times before. I've met with several council members in an attempt to find a way to kind of put this mess all behind us and get back to working for the city. I met with or spoke to many before a recent appointment in an effort to demonstrate the desire to work together. Our city needs its leaders to do the work that's required and stop the circus. Sales taxes are down, visits to town are down, downtown businesses have noticed a drop. People are reluctant to come to the city that's in turmoil. The money being spent on legal fees could be spent getting the city back up and running. We have a fantastic staff who knows their jobs and can continue to do great things for the city if we weren't forcing them to spend time chasing things down for our council battles. We need to stop. We need to be adults and do what we were elected to do. Spending taxpayer dollars on personal agendas is not what we're here to do, and does nothing but harm every citizen of Carthage. So we will move on to report of council members. Let's start on this side this time. Ms. Schramm.
Nothing tonight.
Ms. Cossey.
Yes, actually, so a couple of things. I would actually like to make a motion. We have our attorney here who represents the city for the impeachment process. We currently have him scheduled last on new business. As most people know, he lives a considerable distance from here. So I would like to make a motion at this time that after remarks of council members, we move agenda item number 8 under new business up to right after reports and remarks of council members.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda. Moving item number 8 under new business.
Would you mind if we do it after the administrative report?
I'm fine with that. Okay, so after the administrative reports, I apologize.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna move item number 8 to right after the administrative reports then.
yeah, 16.8, I guess is what it would be.
All right, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Also, I would like to thank Ms. Gilpin for her very kind words. I really appreciate that. And she is right. I do have a tendency to be brash, and that doesn't always resonate well with everybody. Shy and yielding are terms that have never been used to describe me, ever. And I don't have time for nonsense, and so I have a tendency to just say what I'm thinking. Along those lines, I want to make sure that we're clear, because sometimes, I don't know if there's a rumor out there and this is what's heard. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if Miss Lisa even has a daughter, but I have certainly never made remarks regarding any of her children should she have them. But I think probably what was heard was at the very first council meeting, maybe the first council meeting, maybe the second one when Miss Lisa was here, I spoke a little bit more harshly than I should have, and I did apologize at the next meeting, and I believe that she and I have been good ever since. I think it's Miss Trotter was at some of our committee meetings. She's seen how we work together. We communicate just fine and we get along, and I'm always mindful now to make sure that I'm a little less abrupt. But anyway, I do want to thank, and not only Miss Gilpin, but also so many of you who have reached out to me. I know people hear the negativity and they read comments on the hate page, but every single day, I have people who reach out to me, some I've never met before in my life, and some that I know very well. But I have people reaching out to me constantly, encouraging me, letting us know that the city is on the right path. And I want to say thank you to everyone who has issued words of encouragement. To Ms. Wells, we've actually been in communication regarding some of your concerns, and so I know that you're speaking with public safety regarding the excessive speed. I think also the next stop regarding the tree would probably be Public Works. And so I might ask if you would speak with Ms. Cox, because she is always very good about pointing you to the right committee that can get you help. And also Deputy Chief Martin could probably discuss the storm sirens with you. I'll be honest, I assume they've been tested on the right schedule, but I don't know for sure. So hopefully you'll get with him. When Mr. Scherer spoke, he had a number of things that were incorrect, one of which is that I'm reaching out to Mr. Martin consistently. Generally, I'm answering phone calls if that happens. I don't know if that's something that you've read that's incorrect or if you're just making assumptions. But you're also incorrect about attorneys working on something every day of the week. As most of you know, I am an attorney. You'd like to point out that I point that out. But I can tell you that there are things that you do work on every day of the week. So unfortunately, Mr. Scherer, as is frequently the case, is misinformed on that.
Mr. Barlow, anything? Mr. Snow?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to mention a couple of the things that we heard, events at the Public Safety Committee. The car show, Cruising on the Square, I believe is a very good event. A couple of business owners on the square are the ones who reached out. I don't recall the gentleman's name who's organizing it. They reached out to him because he's had success in Webb City and asked him to bring it to Carthage, hoping to create an event that attracts people to come up to the square. The other event was the Coffee and Cars that Mr. Grundy talked to us about. Mr. Grundy owns Carthage Hardware, and he currently, we have approved the last Saturday of every month for him to have a parking space in front of his business closed that he can put out special buys or whatever he wants to highlight, to try to attract people to come into his business. And he's adding this Coffee and Cars on that last Saturday of every month. And he's not asking for any street closures. I believe I spoke with Mr. Carney. I believe you had also, Mr. Taylor, and we're going to have a sign that says slow pedestrians crossing so that people can walk from the hardware store to the inside of the square we're hoping that becomes an event to attract people.
Josiah from the street department's taking care of that.
Yes. And lastly, I would like to address one of the items that you mentioned, Mr. Mayor. You did meet with several of us council members to ask how we could move forward with, without the impeachment, and every item that we asked you to consider, you told us a no. So there was no cooperation, there was no compromise. We asked that one of the previous board members from Water and Electric be appointed to that board, and you said no, absolutely not. So we are continuing with this impeachment, and the impeachment it's not necessarily about the mayor, this mayor, previous mayors, or future mayors. This impeachment is about whether the council has the ability to control part of what takes place in this town. If the mayor can do things on his own, which the impeachment charges show, then this council is basically not needed. And so I believe that the impeachment charges will show that the mayor acted unilaterally without council approval to do certain things. And we're going to find out whether that is the case or not. So thank you.
We remember that meeting slightly differently. It seems like it was mentioned that you could drop the impeachment if we dropped the recall, and I told you I had nothing to do with the recall.
That was one item, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Edge, anything?
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
I just would like to make a comment that the fire and police departments and CWNEP are all working really hard to prepare for the Marion Days visitors. And it's going to be hot again this year, and you're going to be working long hours, and I'm grateful. Thank you. I know our community is grateful. Recycling center staff. I was out there a few weeks back, and there was an elderly man that was struggling to take some tin cans and put them into the box. And for those of you that have been out there, it's a step up to get in there. And I watched one of the ladies that works in the recycling center bust it to run over there and help that gentleman. And it just warmed my heart that she cared that much. And then lastly, 2 weeks from today, we'll all be voting. So exercise, your ability to do that in the good old USA. That's all.
All right, thank you. Ms. Leaks, anything?
First, I wanted to talk about, I had a very nice compliment come in for the Public Works gentleman, and they actually mentioned Josiah Bayless by name and really appreciated some extra, he went above and beyond to kind of help out with the situation of a business area up close to the square to remedy an issue. So they all work hard, and especially in this heat, so I really appreciate that. Then the other thing I had was I wanted to say thanks for our friendship dinner. That was a very nice dinner. We had a good time. It was nice to just relax and enjoy some wonderful food and make some new friends. So that was awesome. And then I have a question about what I just heard. You said something kind of quiet, Mayor, and I didn't hear that. Was it really said? What you just said? And I don't know if I can ask this. I'm saying it as a statement. If I understood what I just heard, was we can drop the impeachment if you drop the recall?
There were several items discussed in that meeting. That was one of the items.
Is that saying that the impeachment is not even a valid impeachment then? I mean, if you're willing to do that, I don't know who all was in the meeting or what happened, but that about just flipped me out just now.
So myself, Ms. Cossie, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Edge, all met with the mayor. We had several items that we asked the mayor about. The recall was one of them. He explained that he had nothing to do with that, but there were several other items that he told us a resounding no that he would not do.
I would also like to add to that, that item did come up, it was brought up by someone else for discussion. I stepped out of the room, I was not part of that discussion or part of that negotiation, and nor was it my idea. I've known that there's been a recall going on, and that's a battle I'm willing to fight.
Well, part of the thing, Ms. Lisa, is the mayor says he wants to work with this council to move forward, but he continually shows that he's not willing to work with this council. That's why the impeachment is going forward.
Well, and I agree to disagree with you on that, because I've seen him in our committee meetings and things that we have had and I've been a part of, and I feel like he has been very agreeable to work with there. I know Ms. Trotter said she had been to all the meetings. I don't know if the mayor's in all the meetings, but he's been in some of the ones that I've had, and so I would like to say I have seen him working with us, but I just want us to, all of us, and this is my personal comments, I just want us to take a look at what we're doing, how much money we're wasting, and could we not go ahead and agree to work? We're working, we're getting things done. I'm enjoying the committee meetings, I'm learning so much. And we have like a great group of minds sitting around this room. And so I just implore everyone to please think about that, think about going forward, think about what we can all do together, because we have a great, and I'm sorry, we have a great council. And I think that we could do great things together, but we gotta stop. That just blows me away, and I apologize, I about fell out of my seat just now. But that was even tabled, that we could drop the impeachment if these things were met. So I'm just in shock, so I'm sorry. Sorry, Your Honor, for going so long. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Taylor.
I would also like to thank the fathers for the wonderful meal. They have one of the best chefs out there you could ever have. Not only that, being as there was a small crowd, a lot of us got to take leftovers home.
Yeah.
And I finished them up this afternoon. And I'm gonna tell you, they was just as good warmed up as they was when they got it the first time. If you missed, I'm sorry for that. Y'all really need to try the one at Christmas time, because the one at Christmas time, they really busted loose.
They put
I'm
out
not sorry,
quite a
'cause we got
spread,
their
don't they?
And I'll tell you what, that is the happiest, funnest group of guys, people you'd ever be around in your life. And we wait till you see it Christmas time, because they usually put on some, there's a lot of hilarity goes on at Christmas time.
Yeah, lots of fun.
And it is, but I want to thank them very much, because they put it out there. That what they did is not cheap.
Nope.
And that's all I have tonight.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to administrative reports. Oh, okay. Chief Hawkins, anything?
Just a couple things. So, yes, I would agree that the dinner was fabulous. One of the best we've had in many years. And just to clarify, Ms. Hessmacher, what you said, so yes, we did get the car that was a year and a half past due, and then the car that I said was to be delivered has been delivered. It was actually delivered on time, and so that was like something we're just not used to. And then the last thing, I think I set them right there, the green passes right there. For any of the council that would like a pass that will get you past the roadblock for Marion Days, if you want to come out there to eat, please feel free to take one of those. You're all welcome. That's all.
All right, thank you. Deputy Chief Martin.
Update on Ms. Hickmaster talked about the truck that's going to Indiana to have the bed built. They're actually picking that up on the 29th to take. We thought it was going to be this week, but they had a delay. And the new engine arrived in Springfield on Friday. We're going to drive up either tomorrow morning or Thursday morning to inspect it and make the modifications that we need to before we receive delivery in August.
All right, good deal. Ms. Almendinger.
Thank you, Your Honor. We also were the recipient of vehicles, so we received our dump truck last week, and we are very, very pleased to have it. It's very nice. Renovations at Municipal and Central Park bathrooms are nearly complete, so we're very excited about that as well. We'll be opening them up probably in the next couple of weeks. And after numerous delays at Griggs Park Playground, should resume construction next week as well. I know we've all been waiting for that. And then, yes, it's also my neighborhood park. So I'm with you on the frustration. We've, had delay after delay. And then also last week, I had the pleasure to take Miss Lisa and her husband on a tour of the park system. And I think they learned a lot about our parks, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Good deal. Thank you. Mr. Gold, anything?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's about a month on the job. Most of that time's been spent trying to familiarize myself with the laws of this city. That includes the charter and the myriad of ordinances that this city has. There was a little bit of a backlog of council bills that needed to be reviewed. I'm still working through some that still need to be reviewed. And I hope that as I get more familiar with the regulations and the ordinances that that process will go a lot faster. So doing what I can right now.
Good deal. Good deal. We appreciate it. All right, Ms. Cox.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Ms. Heckmaster, thank you for your comments about the recycling center. They do work very hard out there. We are working to form a tourism board to work with our tourism director. It will be structured to have members that are actively involved with tourism in the city. And we are also working on an application to put on the city website that will allow citizens to sign up for boards they are interested in serving on. I know that's one thing that we've heard a lot of talk about, having the same members, but on several boards, but those members are actually willing to serve on those boards, and it's hard to find individuals that will serve. So hopefully if we can put this out for all of the citizens, maybe we can get some new insight into some of our committees. We are working on several ordinances that need to be updated. I've asked staff to begin reviewing those ordinances that they feel need to be updated that pertain to them. I've also met with Chuck and Cassandra at CIAC to discuss updating ordinances relating to them. I do believe you will see some ordinances coming forward for updates in the near future. Public Works has been working with Spire to ensure they are out of the area for Marion Days, and they have agreed that they will halt the work in the area and will not impede traffic during Marion Days. I've met with representatives from Assured Partners to review the employee utilization reports for the employee health insurance, and I'm happy to report that our risk index is down 20% from the same time last year. Hopefully that will equate to a not a large increase in our employee health insurance rates. Maybe we can get it to zero. We'll see. I also know that we have a lot of citizens that watch the council meetings, and I want to add on to what Ms. Lease had to say about the shut-off notices at CIAC. One of the reasons for those changes to the delinquent notice is because individuals who are seeking assistance to help them pay their utility bills are required to have a shut-off notice prior to them applying for the assistance. So if you do get a shut-off notice, don't panic. It doesn't mean that they're going to be shutting your utilities off right away. Customer service is always willing to work with the customers and make sure to help them resolve any issues when it's necessary. But that is the main reason for those changes, is to aid the customers that need to apply for assistance. And it also streamlines the process of them getting the money and CIAC getting their money on time as well. That's all I have tonight, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I guess we move on to item 8 of new business.
So, consider and discuss articles of impeachment and a hearing date for the impeachment hearing.
Good evening, everybody. Paul Martin. Can folks in the back hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you also for the courtesy. I really appreciate being moved up on the agenda. I'm here recommending that the council adopt the articles of impeachment that are before you today that have been posted on the city's website. I wanted to explain my reasons for that very particularly, and I think it's important that the council, the mayor, and the public understand why I've asked for this. The council is aware that a few weeks ago, the council passed a resolution scheduling an impeachment hearing for June 5th. The mayor vetoed that resolution. To get around that veto, I presented the council with an ordinance that they subsequently passed. The mayor vetoed that ordinance. My opinion was that both of those vetoes were unlawful, and as a result of that opinion, the mayor's attorney filed a lawsuit to try to stop that June 5th hearing. And I believe the lawsuit was filed somewhere around June 1st. Under the rules of court, the mayor's attorney was supposed to provide me notice of any hearing at which the judge would consider the mayor's petition. No one provided me notice of that hearing. On June 4th, the day before the scheduled impeachment hearing, I get a notice from the court saying that the court has granted the mayor's petition. Now, okay, that lawsuit is still pending. As a result of it, the June 5th impeachment hearing was canceled, but the lawsuit itself is still pending. By the way, on June 3rd, the day before the court issued their order granting the mayor's petition, the council overrode the mayor's veto. And now the mayor is in court contesting that action, saying that the override itself was illegal. So we still have this pending in court, where the resolution and the ordinance that the council began this action on are in question. I have asked the court to dismiss that case so that the impeachment can proceed. I have asked for a hearing date. I have not heard back from the court as to when that hearing is going to take place. I do not know when that hearing is going to take place. It could be within days or weeks or months. I just don't know. It's up to the judge and his schedule. So to try to move this process forward, I bring to you these articles of impeachment. I would point out that the articles of impeachment aren't an ordinance, nor are they a resolution. The articles of impeachment do not contemplate the hiring of a hearing officer. So the mayor really has no ability to veto the articles of impeachment. I would also point out that under the city code, the impeachment of a mayor is a city council function acting as a board of impeachment. It's your job. The mayor is excluded from participating in that job. So for all of these reasons, I suggest that you go ahead and adopt these articles of impeachment after first deciding on an impeachment hearing date and a place to hold the impeachment. Now, I know we have quite a few people here. It's not as crowded as it's been in the past. But if you believe that an impeachment hearing might require more seats for more people, then you should decide to have it someplace else. And I understand that Carthage Water and Electric might be an option. Also, I would like to point out that I have simplified the articles of impeachment. I've dropped a couple of charges. This makes it a much simpler case. It will go a lot faster, and that is another reason why I'm asking you to adopt the articles of impeachment. If you adopt the articles, then I believe Ms. Deal should again ask the chief to deliver those approved articles to the mayor so that there isn't any misunderstanding whatsoever. Personally, I don't think that's necessary because the mayor's here and everybody knows what these articles of impeachment say. But we need to establish as a matter of record that the mayor has been served with the articles. So for those reasons, I'm asking that you approve the articles of impeachment. First, get a hearing date, and if you're in a position to decide on place, that would be great too.
I have a question, Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir.
So what you're asking us to do is go ahead with the articles of impeachment before the court decides whether the mayor's attorney was correct in his veto. That's what you're wanting us to do, correct?
Yes, essentially.
That's not due process as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the mayor can still argue about the resolution and the ordinance, which is the subject that the judge is dealing
I
with.
don't know how you can go ahead with an impeachment when you haven't proven whether he was valid in his veto of the ordinances.
Again, sir, it's a separate issue. If the judge decides that the mayor is correct, the articles of impeachment still stand. It is still within your authority to do that.
Let me ask her, is he correct in what he's saying,
Well,
Mr. City Attorney?
I haven't been asked to weigh in on this.
I'm asking you because I'm part of the city council. I can ask for your help at any point in time.
He's correct that your ordinances allow for the council to impeach the mayor. He's proposing that you vote and adopt a set of articles that would allow a hearing to be held for that purpose. And I'm here to tell you that the articles are one avenue by which the council could achieve a hearing in a place.
Okay, that's over and above what a judge has failed to rule on so far.
I'm just telling you that you would vote the way that you think you should vote in this. I assume there'll be a motion to adopt these articles coming in just a few minutes. But it can be done through the articles that he's proposing.
Well,
it doesn't mean
that's fine.
That the articles will pass.
At this point in time, I would like to make a motion that we vacate the articles of impeachment of the mayor.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to vacate the articles of impeachment. Any discussion?
Mr. Taylor, is that the existing articles or this article that's being discussed currently?
It's the whole thing.
And actually, prior to a vote, I believe that since this is dealing with Mayor Rife and he has a self-interest, at this point, prior to the vote, I would ask that Mr. Snow be allowed to conduct this vote and all other votes related to this.
Mr. Snow, you can just do it from there. That's fine with me.
Any further discussion on the motion to vacate the articles of impeachment?
Yes. I really think we all need to take a step back and look at the financial implications of this. It's going to go beyond the $15,000 that's on the agenda tonight. It potentially can go to, even if we go through this, no telling what happens of this, Mr. Gold, what implications come to the council and the city if we go around what's already in place with the judge awaiting further motions or decisions.
I think the ultimate outcome of the lawsuit might dictate whether or not the act of impeachment was valid or not. But the council has the right to act on the articles that have been put forth if they so choose.
It's going, again, well beyond the $15,000 that's on here tonight. If it goes through, I have a feeling, and I'm just going off assumptions, and the mayor is impeached, then I have a feeling that's going to be disputed, then we're back in court. I mean, this is easily going to exceed 6 figures in my mind, especially looking at where we stand today with exceeding 30 since June or April, sorry.
And Dustin, if I could piggyback onto that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Ms. Lees.
Thank you. If I could piggyback on, I just want to say also the financial implications, but also what money, that's a lot of money that we could be doing a lot of good with for this town. And I agree, and that's part of my issue with this. It's not just about, but it's about what's doing best for the people and doing best for the town. And because we can do things, we can do great things, whether or not, we have this mayor, another mayor, we're gonna do great things. And I'm here for 2 years, that's it, but whoever's in here, we have a great community, we have a great town, and I totally agree. I think that we need to take a step back. And, I know you're talked about 15,000 being approved, but it's already blown through 30,000 like it was water. So, and we haven't even got to a hearing. And so you're right, it's huge. And I think that we all need to look at that and what we could be doing in the city with that, with those funds otherwise. And how that's gonna affect our budgets, coming forward. And not just the money, but just getting the unity back in this room. I've had the pleasure of working with a lot of different people with my different committees and different liaison groups and everything, and I have so enjoyed it and getting to know more people. But we could move on, and I'm just asking all of you to please really consider it, because we really have a great team here, and I think that we could move forward with our mayor, and we could all do great things. And I think that all of us are good enough. We could stand up when we believe something's wrong. We can do it respectfully and in the right way, because that's the way we should. And that's what I have to say.
Any further?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
We have 2 lawsuits against the city already. We've got the mayor's and we've got Mr. Dagnan's. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm 62 years old. That's the first lawsuit I've ever had in my life. But you know what? The city insurance company has to pay the damages for that lawsuit. And I know that once they do that, after one lawsuit, they're gonna get the insurance for the city's gonna be dropping. They're gonna have to find another carrier. What's that other carrier gonna cost the city to cover the second lawsuit if they lose it? Thank you. Mr. Ed, you're talking multiple 6 figures? Sure, there's things that need to be fixed. I'm willing to sit here and fix them with everybody in this room. But I don't think we need to be impeaching the mayor or spending money like we're going out of style. It's not our money, it's the citizens of this town's money. I don't know how many phone calls I have had
Order, please.
In the last 2 or 3 weeks, text messages and emails that they don't know why they're impeaching the mayor. And I just tell them, listen, the articles of impeachment are on the city's website. I told them how to get there, go and read them. If you don't agree with that, you need to come up here and say something. Or you need to call your city council person and tell them, listen, I disagree with what's going on. And that's all I'm saying. You have to look at the bigger picture. Do you want to bankrupt the city of Carthage? Because if they have to pay out on 2 big lawsuits, if they got nobody to cover insurance for the city, we're in trouble. And I'm just looking out for the citizens. I live here, but, I probably live in the poorest ward. Derek and I live in the poorest ward you got in this town. But them people, they got feelings, they got families, I mean, you bankrupt the city, and then where are we at? That's all I'm saying.
I would like to say this all could have been over with on June 5th if all the lawsuits had not been filed and let due process carry out. So the additional fees that are going on now are due to us not carrying through on June 5th as we had proposed. So every dime that goes into it now is because of the extra lawsuits the mayor has filed. He could let the due process go.
Order, please. Order, please. Go ahead, Ms. Schramm.
That's it. That's, when you see the extra fees, it's because of this delay.
Any further discussion?
Yes. So a couple of items. So first of all, Mr. Taylor referred to two big lawsuits and possibly bankrupting the city. So first of all, the lawsuit that the mayor has filed doesn't have monetary damages associated with it. It is just to rule on whether or not the resolution and the ordinance are valid and whether they can move forward. The mayor does have the right to sue if the impeachment process moves forward, and if he was impeached, he would have the right to contest that in court. However, I believe Mr. Martin is in a better position to explain to us on what conditions the court would have to rule in his favor. And I think that it would be unlikely given the things that are in the articles of impeachment. So, Mr. Edge, I understand that you're concerned about the financial ramifications, as am I, but as Ms. Schramm mentioned, every penny that we have spent since June 5th have been due to the mayor and his delay tactics. So really it is up to him if he wants to continue to cost the city this money. If we vote for this articles of impeachment, we set a date and we move forward and then we have the hearing. We are nearly at the finish of this process. And so we have to, what you have to decide is when you read over these articles of impeachment that Mr. Martin has brought for us to vote on, you have to decide, do you still recognize that these things are true? And if so, are they things that you believe should come up at a hearing for you to hear the mayor to defend on? Or do you now believe that these charges do not have merit? But if you believe that they have merit, we need to finish this process and we need to move forward, because even since the time the impeachment has started, there have been new charges that have been added. The mayor unilaterally signed a contract for $280,000 without seeking council approval. It still has not been to council. He has refused to dismiss the city administrator who was terminated by the city council. He didn't dismiss him until he was good and ready. This town has been run as a dictatorship for quite some time. This impeachment is not about the mayor. It does deal with the mayor's actions, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond, is this town a dictatorship, or does the council have the right to govern? Does it have the right to vote on things, or does the mayor have the right to do as he sees fit without approval of the council? And again,
Order, please. Order, please.
So again, I understand your concern, and every dollar that we spend does concern me, but I feel like we need to see this process through, and I also understand every additional dollar we spend is not the fault of the council. This is the mayor and his delay tactics, and if you have read the filings by the mayor's attorney, you'll understand the concerns that I have. I think that a majority of those filings or claims are not valid.
If I may add, it'd be different if this was a permanent position that the mayor was in. He will not be in that position forever, but the implications of this will be forever on our community, our financials, on many other things. And I think that we need to take a hard look at those financials, and we need to, that's a big part of our community, but also it'd be different if it was something like a permanent position, and yes, we needed to do action on somebody, but it's not a permanent position. And in the meantime, I believe we could all work together. I really, truly, and I see us working together. Like they've mentioned, she's come to all the committee meetings and to different things. We are working together. He is working in those with us. Would I have handled some things differently that maybe he has handled? Yes, I would. But he's also said that he would have handled some of those things differently too. But it's no reason for us to stampede forward with this, and the implications to the city are huge, huge.
So I would just like to address what you're saying. You mentioned that this isn't a permanent position. You're right. There will be an election again in 2 years. A lot of damage can be done in 2 years. We've had, in just the last couple of months, we've had $280,000. That's more than $250,000 unilaterally spent by the mayor. Who knows what else he'll do? And he's doing this while he's undergoing the process of impeachment. What will he do when he's not undergoing the process of impeachment? That's a very real concern. Also, you mentioned working together. Unfortunately, I mean, even with the committee appointments, when the new council was seated, the reason that they were not approved initially is because we felt that they weren't working together. Even something as simple as that, people were not allowed to continue in appropriate roles that they have been serving in for a very long time. And when it came to the reappointment for the Carthage Water and Electric Board for Mr. Beimdick's position, we asked that one of the two members who had recently been replaced be allowed to take that spot because they had very recent experience. They knew what they were doing. The mayor had no interest in working together then. He had no interest in working on the CWEP issue a year ago. A lot of damage has been done, and a lot more can be done in 2 years if this is allowed to continue. And you are right, there are long-term implications of this that go far beyond the next 2 years. But what it does is this sets a precedent that says the council feels that our ordinances need to be followed, that the votes need to be respected, and this impeachment is about more than just the things that have occurred.
I understand that, and I understand what you're saying that he has done, but I feel like, as you know, there's a way, our council has been changed up. We've got new blood. I'm not saying any decisions were wrong or right on any council member, but I'm also saying that we move forward from here. We go on, we stop this now, move on, and I think that all of us together could make things happen. And I don't know if I'm articulating myself as well as I would like, but we are spending a lot of money for something that a lot of good could be done. Our poverty rate in this city is huge. What could the city do to make things better? Our poverty rate, the last time I looked, was 33%. That is huge. There are so many other good things we can spend this money on. I know you're going to say, well, he could have done this different or this different, but you know what? It's what we do forward from going from here. It's not what's been done. Because have you ever made a mistake? Have you? Anybody? I have. And I know in the Bible, it says to forgive 70 times 7, and that's what we need to do. We need to look at putting forgiveness in our heart and forgiving each other and moving on. I think that we've all made mistakes, and I think that we answer for them in different ways, but I believe truly that we can move on and save the city money, save time, and move forward with the things that we want to do for this town.
I think right now the city could save a lot of money, and seeing what the mayor has done, if he would resign.
Order, please.
So he has made a lot of mistakes, yes, and the mistakes are continuing. You're saying it's over, done with, we can work with it. Evidently, we cannot. I really did not come into this wanting to do an impeachment of any kind, and don't
You did come into that because you said it in one meeting.
No,
You said
I said he was a weak mayor.
No.
And he has been a weak.
You said that your goal was
I'm
to
not
get
going
back
to argue with you, Miss Lees. It's
I'm
not
not
the
arguing,
time
I'm
or
just
place.
stating that-
You're impeding on my time.
I apologize. Go ahead.
So I think if the money is that big of an issue with all of the violations that have occurred from the mayor, he should resign. And that's where I stand.
So just to clarify, I know you asked if anybody has ever made a mistake. So first, the focus on the word "a." There have been multiple issues, and second of all, I don't believe that the mayor.
In your
used these.
opinion.
No, I mean, there have been violations of our ordinances, and I don't believe that the mayor sees them as a mistake. That is part of the problem. He sees them as his right. He is confusing the role of mayor with dictator.
There's been
And-
other violations done.
You are also
by
impeding on
others.
her time.
So, but that's one of the
She
concerns.
doesn't need your defense, she can handle it.
Please, Ms. Lees.
Also, we're focusing on the money. We've already spent a great deal of money. And I get calls every day. And people reach out to me frequently saying we need to finish what we have started, asking us to continue on with this impeachment. We had a tremendous amount of support for the impeachment when it began. We still have a tremendous amount of support to go forward with it. And I am cognizant of how much money we're spending and how much we have spent. But again, we would not have spent nearly so much if it hadn't been for some of the issues that Mr. Martin mentioned. That if he had been properly notified by Mr. Reff's attorney, I don't think we would be here now. I believe that this would have been over and done with, and the cash outflow would have stopped. And so we've spent a lot of money. We're very nearly at the end of this procedure. Based on what I'm hearing from my constituents, I feel that we need to see this through, and I think it would be a big mistake to stop now.
Ms. Lees,
Yes, sir.
do you want to?
No.
Okay. I was going to allow you comments because I stopped you.
No,
earlier.
I just wanted to finish and listen to what she had to say.
I just want everyone on the council and everyone in the chamber to know that the discussions that take place during this council meeting are part of the decorum that we have, and we are supposed to maintain order. And maintaining order means speaking when addressed, not speaking out of turn, not over speaking when someone else is speaking, no clapping, cheering, anything else. So that's why I've called order multiple times during these discussions, and I will continue to call order until this discussion is complete. Thank you.
I did need to be ordered. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I did.
The motion on the floor is to vacate the articles of impeachment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Aye.
Aye.
Can you raise your hands? I moved the two over here for Chris and Lori. What
All in favor raise your hand
to
vacate the articles of impeachment. Opposed?
Two to seven.
7-2, motion fails. Mr. Martin? Oh.
Well, the next step, as I said, would be to choose a date. Because of other commitments, I would like something no sooner than the week of August 11th. And after that, it's up to the council. So whatever you all decide.
I would entertain recommendations for a date for the impeachment hearing.
Since we have a council meeting on the 13th, how about the 14th? August 14th?
August 14th, any discussion?
Yes. At a time, shall we say time?
A time suggestion?
At 2 o'clock?
Actually, if we wanted to have it at CWEP, I think 3 is as early as we could get in.
So Wednesday, August 14th at 3 o'clock.
So Wednesday, August 14th at 3 o'clock has been suggested for the hearing date and time at Carthage Water and Electric Community Room. Any discussion?
We have some council members who do have full-time jobs, so.
Speaking for myself, I predict no conflict with that proposed date.
No conflict.
Conflict.
So,
I'm looking, sorry.
okay.
No conflict for that time frame. Later in the day is better, if we could even go an hour later, but I could probably make that work.
Okay, so was that a motion and a second? Or
A motion to
is
have
that to add that to the articles of impeachment? Because there
the
is
hearing
a,
date.
yes.
Yes, on August 14th at, I think that we could stay at 3 o'clock so we can finish at 3 o'clock at CWP Community Room.
Okay. Ms. Dill, would you add that to the articles that are provided in the packet? The date and time?
And also along those lines, in terms of amending the articles, I think that there was a misspelling. I'm not sure if it's been corrected. Under the statement of charges, item 1, part G, I believe that Mr. Dagnan's name was accidentally misspelled. It should begin with a D.
I apologize for that. I looked and looked, and I could not find that.
Also, I'm wondering if before we vote on moving forward, if we could have Mr. Martin explain what would happen should the mayor, should the hearing proceed, and should there be a vote to impeach. If the mayor files suit, could you explain what that process would look like? So that,
Sure, without getting too legal, I'll tell you that this is called a contested case. And that means that it's an administrative proceeding. This council is sitting as a board of impeachment, and they are considered an administrative body, an agency body. And a contested case is one in which the parties have essentially a trial. The mayor is entitled to counsel. We follow rules of evidence in accordance with the Missouri Administrative Procedures Act. We have to have it recorded by a court reporter because everything that happens at that hearing has to be reduced to writing or to a documentary format, because depending on what happens, an appeal can be taken from the council's decision to the circuit court, and the circuit court is going to have to review that document or review all that evidence. So essentially, it's a mini trial similar to kind of trials that you see on TV. Well, maybe not that similar, but y'all get the idea. If a party wants to appeal from the council's decision, the court looks at that and makes a determination of whether the decision is supported by substantially supported by facts, and whether the decision is consistent with the law. And there are other technical areas that I don't see the need to really go into, but the mayor does have that opportunity if in fact he is convicted and removed, of going to court and asking the judge to reverse that decision for those reasons or maybe some other reasons as well. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I was wondering, could you elaborate on, or maybe this is something that you didn't see the need to go into, the basis on which a court might overturn a council's decision?
Well, if the council does something that violates the law, if there's a statute that says one thing and the council decides it another way, the court could overturn it for that reason. The court, in looking at the record, has to determine whether there is substantial and competent evidence to support the decision that's made. So the judge would look at the record and make a determination whether, if the mayor is convicted, whether I've done my job and submitted this evidence to you so that you could form the basis for reaching the decision that you reach. That's really about it.
Thank you.
I don't believe, has a motion been made to accept the articles of impeachment?
No, you had to decide on the hearing date and time first.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, I would like to make the motion to accept the articles of impeachment as presented, with the hearing date to happen on August 14th at 3 p.m. at the Carthage Water and Electric Community Room.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to accept the articles of impeachment, set the hearing date and time of August 14th at 3 p.m. Carthage Water and Electric Community Room. Any discussion?
If I may,
Ms. Lees?
I would just like to go on record to say I would prefer to wait until after the judgment of the courts before we proceed with these.
That's true.
I would like to make an appeal to the mayor to drop the other lawsuits and let this play out like it should, so we can expedite through this process without spending an exorbitant amount of money.
Mr. Edge?
I agree with Lori. I just would like to see the outcome of that current situation before going this direction.
So, Mr. Edge, I believe that the reason that the suit was filed and the reason that it's dragging out and the reason that there possibly was not appropriate notification is because there's coordination with the effort for the recall. And I think the hope is to kick this far enough down the road that the hearing doesn't happen until after November. And I know that there's a hope that on the part of some people that I'll be recalled and that without me that they may not be able to impeach. So, but as Mr. Gold stated, we are entitled to go ahead and adopt these articles of impeachment and go ahead. And the only thing that would happen is if, and again, Mr. Martin can correct me if this is incorrect because I am not a trial attorney. But I believe that if they ruled that those motions were incorrect, actually, I'll just defer to Mr. Martin. What would happen if we went ahead and had the impeachment hearing prior to the ruling, and then the ruling did come down in the mayor's favor?
It wouldn't make a difference because the articles of impeachment are separately voted on by you. The court case claims that the resolution and the ordinance cannot serve as the basis for the impeachment hearing because the ordinance and the resolution are illegal. So what we're saying here is, okay, let's have the articles of impeachment. These are legal. If the mayor thinks otherwise, he can broaden his lawsuit if he wants to. But again, you sit as a board of impeachment to impeach the mayor. The mayor has no authority over this process. That's the point I would have made if I had gotten the opportunity to, if I had gotten notice of the hearing on the mayor's petition. But that's the way things go. But this stands as a separate vehicle by which to pursue the impeachment. The lawsuit would have no effect on this unless the mayor brings this into the lawsuit and the judge would rule against you on whether this was an appropriate way to go. You never know what a judge will do, but I am very confident that the articles of impeachment are lawful and that you can move forward on this basis.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that even if the judge in the current case was to rule against us, that would have no effect on proceeding with these articles of impeachment and the ruling that we make here. Is that right? Unless this was brought into that case, at which time there would probably be a temporary restraining order anyway to prevent that from going forward.
I would feel compelled to file exactly that. Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay. So in your opinion, is there any benefit to waiting until after that judge rules?
None at all.
Thank you.
If I may.
Ms. Lees?
That's in his opinion. I would prefer to have that from.
Order, please. Ms. Lees, go ahead.
I was just going to say that is, his opinion that that was illegal or what have you, that I really would like to hear from the judge. I just wanted to go on record, and I know I did. Thank you.
Alan, I would also like to hear what the judge has to say. Before we move any further.
Any further discussion?
Just one quick item, if I may, just for clarification. There was no notice of a hearing because there was no hearing. The judge ruled on it without a hearing, so neither one were at a hearing.
Mayor, that's the first I've heard of that, and I appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? So I've got a motion to accept the articles of impeachment set the hearing date of August 14th at 3 p.m. at the Carthage Water and Electric Board. All in favor, raise your hand. Did you get that, Miranda?
Yep.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-3.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for the courtesy of bumping me up. I'll leave now.
All right, we are moving on to actually item 13. Is that where we're at?
We are on the,
Report of the claims?
yes, the claims. Hold on, let me-
All right.
Find my proper page.
All right, so we will move on with report of claims against the city.
The Committee on Claims filed a report in the amount of $1,381,287.18.
I'd like to motion that we approve the claims as presented.
A second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the report and allow the claims. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Move on to old business.
You guys may have to refresh your tablets. They've been sitting a while. You should be able to just go out and go back in. And then the second reading of Council Bill 2433, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement between the city of Carthage, Missouri and McGrath Human Resources Group Incorporated to complete a compensation system market update.
Any discussion? Mr. Snow?
So one of the things that we undertook when we undertook the original salary study that was done by McGrath was to maintain our implementation of the study, which should have maintained our compliance with the recommendations of the study. Over the last several years, as the compensation study has been implemented, inflation and other things have taken place, and this is, I believe, important to make sure that we are still maintaining market value for our salaries for our city employees. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Cast your votes. Council bill passes.
The second reading of Council Bill 24-34, an ordinance amending the annual operating and capital budget of the City of Carthage for fiscal year 2023-2024 for specified funds: General Fund, Golf Fund, Civic Enhancement Fund, Public Safety Fund, Capital Improvements Fund, Public Health Fund, and the ARPA Fund.
Any discussion? Mr. Snow?
So this normally takes place every year. We end up having to do these budget adjustments to specific funds because projects didn't get completed to carry the funds over. And so this is a pretty normal or typical council bill of adjusting those funds from last year's budget so that we can carry those funds forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Cast your votes. Council bill passes. All right, before we move to new business, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
I was eating it. Oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go. Sorry. I'm with you. Good call.
I was gonna ask if that was your daughter. I can't stand up. I've been sitting
get rolling here. Are there still folks breaking, or did we lose that much of the crowd? I'm
They're
guessing
tired.
we're all back though, all right? Okay. All right, let's move on to new business.
The first reading of Council Bill 2435, an emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor to sign an agreement with Missouri Division of Tourism to be the DMO and to accept and administer $55,970 for Missouri fiscal year 2025.
Any discussion? Okay.
Is there a motion to?
Yes.
We need
a second?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, since this is an emergency ordinance, I'd like to make a motion that we move this to second reading.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to move to second reading. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The second reading of Council Bill 2435, an emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor to sign an agreement with the Missouri Division of Tourism to be the DMO and to accept and administer $55,970 for Missouri fiscal year 2025.
Any discussion? Cast your vote.
Don't tell me it's not working now.
It's not.
Mine worked.
Mine didn't.
Maybe refresh it again.
Okay.
And then I'll delete. Look at that. Okay, yes or no?
Yes.
And Jana? Yes. Okay.
Council bill passes.
The first reading of Council Bill 2436, an emergency ordinance to enter into a memorandum of understanding agreement with the City of Joplin for participation in the Missouri Division of Tourism Marketing Matching Grant Program in the City of Carthage, Missouri.
Any discussion? We have a motion to.
I move we forward Council Bill 2436 to second reading as an emergency ordinance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to forward to second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The second reading of Council Bill 2436, an emergency ordinance to enter into a memorandum of understanding agreement with the City of Joplin for participation in the Missouri Division of Tourism Marketing Matching Grant Program in the City of Carthage, Missouri.
Any discussion? Cast your vote. Council bill passes.
The first reading of Council Bill 2437, an emergency ordinance amending the annual operating and capital budget of the City of Carthage for fiscal year 2023-2024 and for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the General Revenue Fund.
Any discussion? Do I hear a motion?
I move we forward Council Bill 2437 to second reading as an emergency ordinance.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to forward to second reading. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The second reading of Council Bill 2437, an emergency ordinance amending the annual operating and capital budget of the City of Carthage for fiscal year 2023-2024 and for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the General Revenue Fund.
Any discussion? Cast your vote. Council bill passes.
In the first reading of Council Bill 2438, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement between the City of Carthage, Missouri and Placer Labs Incorporated for the use of an advanced location analytics platform to provide visibility and accurate, actionable insights into consumer demand for any location with reporting that includes visit trends.
Any discussion?
Is this something that at some point we could have a little informational sharing session on some specifics on what kind of information this gathers on people? What I was reading in the packet included verbiage like home and work, and I'm unfamiliar with it. Maybe everybody else is more familiar with it. On the surface, it would look to me like it would be something helpful, like you could know traffic coming from Kansas City and where to put your billboards. But how far does it go, in terms of?
It's not going to be used to track individuals specifically for that purpose. It's going to be used to track who we're bringing into the area, how many, if we can tell, how many individuals attend events like Marion Days, where they shopped, where they ate, where they came from.
Is it identifiable or does it stay
Yeah.
non-identifiable?
Correct.
Okay. That's just.
They use cell towers to ping the information, and that's how they can use their phone numbers to kind of gauge where they come from and things like that.
Mr. Snow?
So before the new council was seated in April, we did have a demonstration, I believe it was in February, about the Placer software, and they showed some of the capabilities. They can tell, like during Maple Leaf, 80,000 people were at the square based on the information. None of the information is supposed to be identifiable. It's only numbers. It can look at, say, area codes, so it can see that 2,000 people were here from Kansas City, but it doesn't necessarily break down, were they from Lee Summit, or were they from Kansas City, or were they from Independence. It just says that so it is useful information that would be able to use for marketing. Also, a business could possibly look at this information and say that they have 1,000 people passing their store on Tuesdays, and the rest of the week it's only 500 people pass. So they could possibly run specials on Tuesday to draw in new customers. But I don't know, Ms. Cox, do we still have that presentation? Because I believe it was a digital presentation.
Budget.
It was on the budget committee. It was a presentation to the budget committee, I believe, February.
But did they send it to us, or did they plug in their own?
I do not recall. But if you could find,
I'm sure Ms. Kirby can answer.
Oh, I didn't see
So
that.
I know that they are willing to offer a demo, so if we need to offer a demo that we can set up, we could do that for everyone to be able to see it, and Chris can answer any questions. It's also for economic development, so kind of what you were talking about, Alan, but just leakage. So we would be able to run reports on this data to utilize for all kinds of things, not just marketing, not just events, but any economic development we're looking to do. Those reports, we can actually talk about those reports and build strategies with CEDC, with the Chamber, with Vision Carthage, with other organizations that are doing things for the city from an economic development standpoint. So it's much broader than just kind of from marketing. And they do not, to answer your question, Mr. Barlow, it does not track you to the individual. So it's not going to pull your complete data from that. It's very hidden.
So any information you receive, if I'm asked, does somebody know what home I come from and what town in Lee Summit? Do you get that information?
The software pulls all of the data, and then it pulls you into a data set. So it doesn't identify you down to you, Tom Barlow, specifically. It does not do that. And I've got articles of how this specific company does it. There are some companies that do pull those specific identifiers. This one does not. So if you guys would like a demonstration, we would be more than
We've set some parameters on that. Is that what you're saying?
Their data, they set it as the company because they want to make sure that they are protecting.
Oh, they said, okay.
Jim, if I may, or Mayor, if I may. I remember in your presentation to our committee, you also said that what's good is you'll be able to share it with other organizations, but it was going to be, sorry, I get nervous then when I talk, so, yeah. That it was not going to track individually, but the reason she chose this specific one out of the ones that they did look at was because they do not narrow down the information to the person. And I mean, we all know we can be tracked everywhere all the time with all of our phones. But this is,
But us as a
we will not
governing
receive it.
body
Correct.
trying to take on this ability, it's got very powerful
They do not
parameters
give
to
us
it that could help us. So I just want to make sure we're being careful.
No, and I think it's very good. And we also talked with the city of Belton, who uses this as a municipality, and how they use it and what it looks like in the different reports they use. So we had some of those conversations because we were really curious from our perspective, what is that going to look like, and is it going to be worth the investment?
I have a few questions. So this one is $19,000, like $20,000 a year. Before we spend that money, I'd like to see a complete marketing plan on how we'll use it, so we just don't pay $20,000 for a data dump. And I'd like to see bids from other companies that could do this if we want to go forward with it. But I can see this not being a wise investment at this point because we don't know enough about it and a marketing plan that it would be used.
This was actually put in the budget because Budget Committee had the presentation and they requested that we go with Placer AI and put it in the budget for this fiscal year.
I was in that one meeting that the presentation was given, and we decided, or they had decided in there to kick it further down the road because the city wasn't ready for it yet. And you can go back and look at those minutes, but that's exactly what Mr. Dagnan had said. It was just for the future, and I didn't expect it to come up this quickly. I think we need an entire marketing plan on how we would make this make it beneficial to the city in spending $20,000 a year for it. So.
Anything further?
I would like to request a demo for the next meeting.
You want it at the budget meeting?
No, at this council meeting.
I can work to arrange that, absolutely.
All right. Anything further? Okay.
The first reading of Council Bill 2439, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an amended contract with the Carthage Chamber of Commerce for specified services in the city of Carthage from July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2026 in the city of Carthage, Missouri.
Any discussion? Mr. Edge?
Ms. Cox, did we leave the language that we discussed out of the benefits for the chamber? The additional details around the chamber banquet and the business expo?
It should be included.
It's in the packet.
It's under services provided by the city.
I look at the wrong spot.
It's
down.
The days.
Oh, the number of days.
I don't know that I do. I'll just have to make that change before they sign
Make a motion to amend the council bill to include that, and then it will be included before December.
Okay, I thought maybe I just wasn't looking in the right
No,
spot.
I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah, dates. I see what you're saying.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agreement with the previously discussed dates for length of time on the use of Memorial Hall.
I'll second.
Julie, that just, all that is doing is adding the number of days you're allowed.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend the agreement with number of days for
The
Memorial
use of
Hall.
Memorial Hall for
Okay.
the banquet and business expo.
Okay. Any discussion? Well,
It's reflected in the contract. It states the number of days
Which section is that?
Take me just a minute to find it, but I just looked at it a few minutes ago.
It's like Roman numeral I under,
Sure, under I.
yes.
I saw it at one point just a few minutes ago. Now I can't find it.
Page, it's on page 2.
But it doesn't list.
It doesn't list the exact number of days that we
Yeah.
discussed. I believe it was 2 days for the banquet and 2 days for the business expo.
It was
I don't
more
recall.
than 2 days.
It's 4.
Yes.
I think it's 4 and then 3.
Yeah, it was 4 and 3.
Yeah.
It's on there somewhere.
Is that correct, Julie? Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to amend, adding the number of days per Memorial Hall. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. That'll be added for before second reading, so. All right.
And the first reading of Council Bill 2440, an ordinance to amend section 2-498, composition and appointment of the Code of Carthage.
Any discussion? All right.
Consider and discuss a picnic license for the golf course couples tournament.
Any discussion?
Will you have, this needs to go now in order to meet that date, right?
Yes.
So, was this requested
We need a motion, is what we need.
to turn it into an emergency, or?
No,
No.
you just need a motion
Oh,
to
sorry.
move forward with getting the picnic license, and then we'll have the paperwork filled out. A managing officer has to be determined, whether that's the mayor or if the council wants to grant that to Tyler out at the golf course. They do have to give a bunch of personal information to be the managing officer, but they will be responsible for dealing with the alcohol and tobacco office directly.
Then I'd like to make a motion to allow the procedure of the picnic license for the golf course couples tournament.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to allow the picnic license to proceed. Is that what we're, okay. Any discussion?
Is this something that's done regularly?
It has not been done before, and
Okay.
we were discussing, so that'll be the first time that we are going to host a couples golf tournament. And when we were discussing the details of the tournament, we were talking about serving alcohol, getting that away, for the luncheon. And in order for us to do that, we have to have a picnic license to be able to offer that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Snow.
So is the picnic license a one-time, specific to the event, or is it?
So, yeah, the picnic license is just, I mean, for right now, it'll just get us through this one event. It would have to be taken to Public Services if they wanted to pursue like a yearly liquor license and regularly sell alcohol out at the golf course. But the alcohol office said to do the picnic license is only valid for like a stretch of 7 days. So the tournament would fall within that, and then we would be done serving or doing whatever with alcohol until we got either another picnic for a one-time thing or the yearly kind of permanent license.
Thank you.
All right, anything further?
I just have a procedural question. I'm not opposed to the motion. I just want to make sure we're doing everything right. So since this was not put on the agenda as an emergency ordinance, I just want to make sure that we're not in violation of the Sunshine Law by voting on it tonight.
It is not an ordinance, it's just a motion.
Okay.
So,
Yes, and it was, so it doesn't require a council bill to approve us applying.
gotcha, okay, so that's why it's under new business, but we can vote on it tonight.
Yes, because we wanted to make sure we didn't violate any sunshine laws, so we included it on the agenda to have that motion made.
Okay, thank you so much.
Because it has not gone to committee. It was discussed at committee, but we did not have time to get everything ready to have it on the agenda at the committee, so we wanted to make sure we were meeting everything.
Gotcha, thank you so much.
All right, anything further? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Yes.
And then I don't know if you guys want to make a separate motion to decide the managing officer who you would
The
like.
individual that's allowed to apply.
Do we just need a motion to start that conversation?
So again, as she said, there's a lot of detail involved in the application. I really, if Tyler is okay with it, he's the one that will be overseeing everything. We can either do Tyler as an officer or Abby as the department head, she could be the officer. But it needs to be someone that's involved with the process.
And yeah, they just have to be a registered voter, and I think pay property taxes is what the alcohol agent said.
Any objection? I'd like to make a motion that Tyler become the agent for the picnic license.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to allow Tyler to be the managing agent for the picnic license. Any discussion? Mr. Snow.
I would probably prefer Miss Almendinger to be that managing agent since she is over the entire golf course as the parks director.
So is that a motion to amend then, Ellen?
Yeah, I can make a motion to amend to name Ms. Almendinger instead of Mr. Martin.
I second
Mr. Edge, would you prefer to just withdraw your motion?
I'd like to withdraw my previous motion.
Okay, now, Mr. Snow.
I would make a motion to name Ms. Almendinger as that managing agent or officer or whatever the language was.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to allow Ms. Almendinger to be the managing manager of the picnic license. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, we will move on to resolutions.
Resolution 2045, a resolution authorizing city support and permissions for several programs as part of the 45th Annual Marion Day celebration in the city of Carthage, Missouri.
Any discussion?
Motion to accept Resolution 2045.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2045. Any discussion? Cast your votes.
Jim?
Yes.
Resolution stands adopted.
And Resolution 2046, a resolution authorizing a supplemental budget adjustment to the general revenue fund for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Motion.
Mr. Snow?
Motion to adopt Resolution 2046.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2046. Any discussion? Cast your vote. Resolution stands adopted. Ms. Schramm, any closing comments?
Yes, I've been gone for a little bit. I had a great vacation. I wanted to thank Mr. Gold for coming in. This is the first chance I've had to meet you. Thank you for coming in and helping us keep legal track of everything so well. And my other thank you is for Tracy, because every time I ask her for information, she is expedient in getting it back to me. And I'm excited about the tourism board you've set up, or going to set up, and that I hopefully it will have all the entities of the city, Vision Carthage, the chamber, and everyone involved for a cooperative effort to use the city's funds in the best manner. And I think that's a big step in looking forward to our city in a collaborative way. So thank you for that. It's looking for a future in a very bright way. Thank you. And I'm glad to be back. I'm going to embarrass her. My daughter's here from Seattle watching all this right there. She's the beautiful girl, so I made her come. That's it. Oh, my grandson's here too. I forgot to say that.
All righty, thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Nothing tonight, Your Honor, thank you.
Peterson?
Nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Lees?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Nothing
Ms.
tonight, Your
Heckmaster?
Honor.
Mr. Edge?
Just a reminder that the summer sidewalk sale is this Saturday, and that is not just downtown. Vision Carthage has information posted on all the participants. And nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Snow?
Yeah, I would like to thank Ms. Cox for getting the application for boards online. I think this is something that we've needed for a long time, because we don't have enough potential board members when it comes to people serving on these boards. And for years, I remember Mr. Armstrong, when he was on council, saying he would never vote to approve an appointment if that person's not here, because we just don't have enough information. A name, address, and phone number is just not enough information to determine what qualifications this person has to serve on a board. So I appreciate you getting that done. That's something that I've really looked forward to. Thank you.
Mr. Marlon? Ms. Cossie?
Yep. So also, I would like to echo the thanks to Ms. Cox. She's as interim city administrator, and actually even before then, when she was assistant city administrator, she's always been fantastic to work with. She's always, again, very expedient in getting information, always very professional, and I appreciate that. Also, I would like to everyone who is here in the gallery and everyone who is watching at home, we've had a very long night, a very contentious night, and this is very much, the issues we've discussed are very much of city concern. And so if you feel strongly one way or the other, I encourage you to reach out to all of your city council members, not just the ones that represent your ward, but all of them, to let them know your feeling on how we should proceed, because I think we should be listening to our citizens and what they have to say. And then with that, I would like to make a motion to go into closed session under RSMO 610.021 for the purpose, which gives us the permission, or I'm going to say this wrong, the permission to discuss in closed session legal and leasing, purchase, or sale of other real estate matters. Also, according to section 610.021 subsection 1, the agenda includes the possibility of a vote to close part of the meeting to discuss legal actions, causes of action, or litigation involving a public governmental body or its representatives and its attorneys. And also, we have a second closed session under RSMO 610.021 subsection 2 and here the agenda includes the possibility of a vote to close part of the meeting to discuss leasing, purchase, or sale of real estate by a public governmental body where public knowledge of the transaction might adversely affect the legal consideration. Therefore, I'm so glad it was my turn to talk last tonight.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Or,
Aye.
yep.
Aye.
You need to raise your hands, I guess. Yep, raise your hands. You really need, yeah, we need to record it. So, all right, thank you. We will go into closed session.
I made said motion.
Okay.
Don't we have to do a roll call?
We have to roll call.
Oh, yeah.
Miranda has to do a roll call.
Taylor,
Present.
Peterson,
Present.
Lees,
Present.
Packmaster,
Present.
Ed,
Present.
Snow,
Here.
Barlow,
Here.
Cossey here, Sharam.
Present.
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
See ya.